We are on the record. It is April 4th, 2019. This is Judge Wish, Courtroom 1, Session 1. Can I have the parties please announce themselves for the record?
Coffee Kennedy Swanson on behalf of the Office of the State Attorney.
Alexis Augusto on behalf of the Office of the Public Defender.
All right, ma'am, please tell me your name. Carlson? All right. Ms. Carlson, you were here in 2019, CF 4545. You were arrested for attempted burglary of a conveyance. I do find probable cause for the offense. I'm going to appoint the public defender to represent you. I'm going to order that you not have any contact with any victim or any witness in the case. Not to possess any weapons or firearms or ammunition. And I'll stay the bond at the $1,000.
Willie Edmonds is medical.
Okay. He was medical yesterday.
We'll waive, Your Honor.
Okay. In 2019, MM 2810AO, Willie Edmond was arrested for possession of drug paraphernalia. I do find probable cause. I am going to appoint the public defender to represent him. He was also arrested in 2019, MO 597AO, for an open container violation. I do find probable cause. In the possession of drug paraphernalia, I'll stay the bond at $500. He's not to possess or consume any illegal substances without a valid prescription. And the open container violation, I'll set it at the $250. And I did speak with, we had a meeting yesterday with Mr. Diaz and Deb Barra and Ms. Vickers. And so I think we're gonna try and start setting the MO and the CO cases for statuses, because they get lost in the system. So if there's an offer from the state on the open container, so that he can plea if he wants to plea at any point, I don't know if the state has an offer on it, but we're gonna start setting these for statuses because they end up staying in for 45, 60 days. And they don't need to file informations on the MOs or the COs. So, is there an offer from the state that Mr. Augusto could relay?
It's credit for time served.
Okay, so it would be a credit for time served, adjudication withhold, I don't know, but can we set Mr. Edmond for a status on his MO case in a week?
Once it leaves IAs, then that's going to be on them to talk to the city, because then it becomes the city's case to make the offer. So that,
Right, that's what they're doing. They've agreed
Okay.
to do that.
okay,
yeah.
so 'cause
Yeah.
that credit for time served offer may not be what the city then conveys.
Right. I've never had it not be, but that's what we all agreed to yesterday, that we would try and do that now. So if we can just set him for a status on the MO case in a week, and that would be helpful. Okay? Thank you. All right. Is this Mr. Edwards? Okay. All right, Mr. Edwards, you're here in 2019, MM 335AW. You're arrested for resisting an officer without violence and loitering and prowling. I do find probable cause, that's in, did I say 2019 MM 335 AW. I am gonna appoint the public defender on that case to represent you. Your bonds will stay at 500 and 100 on counts 1 and 2. In 2019 MM 336 AW, you were arrested for stalking. I do find probable cause. I am gonna appoint the public defender to represent you in that case as well. You're not to have any contact whatsoever with the victim in this case. You're not to go on her property. I believe she's your neighbor. And your bond in that case will be set at $1,500.
Your Honor, we'd also ask for
Is
no
he out
weapons.
on, no weapons and firearms? Is there, and he's out on bond? Okay. You're out on, it looks like pretrial release in 2018 MM 691 AW. I am gonna revoke that release and set that at none. In 2018 MM 659 AW. You're out on pretrial release. I am gonna revoke that release and set that at none as well.
So what is that? So do I stay?
Next one, Your Honor, Peter Cologne refused.
Okay, thank you. Jeannie, still need these if you have those? Thank you. Okay. Mr. Cologne refused again? Okay. We'll try one more time, because there's a lot of cases here, so,
We would
okay?
ask that it be waived. He refused yesterday and he's refusing again today, Your
Okay,
Honor.
I'm gonna try one more time, okay?
The next one, June Jambar, mental health, Your Honor.
Right, we'll reset Mr. Jambar, or Miss Jambar.
Next one, Sardo Leonard, is mental health, Your Honor.
Okay, because the serious nature of the offense, I am gonna reset that one too.
Rosemary Sawyer, Your Honor, is mental health.
We waive that, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, in 2019 MM 2807AO, Ms. Sawyer was arrested for resisting an officer without violence in a conservation violation level 2. I do find probable cause for those offenses. I am gonna appoint the public defender to represent her, and are you waiving her? You said
Yes,
on the
Your Honor.
record, you're
We waive.
waiving her appearance. Are there any conditions that the state would ask me to impose?
Yeah, Your Honor.
I don't know if there's any conditions that,
I don't know if the statute, I mean, I can look up the statute to see if there are conditions that are mandatory for the court to impose. penalties, I don't see any.
I don't see it either. Alright, her bonds will stay as set at 500 apiece.
The next person, Your Honor, Rory Stone refused.
We'll waive that one as well, Your Honor.
Okay. In 2019 CF 4557AO, Mr. Stone was arrested for possession of heroin, possession of drug paraphernalia, and possession of cocaine. I do find probable cause for the offenses. I'm gonna appoint the public defender. They have waived his appearance. And he's not to possess any illegal substances without a valid prescription. And his bonds will stay at $1,000 on count 1, $100 on count 2, and $150 on count 3. All right, please tell me your name, sir.
Samuel Lamar Taylor III.
All right, Mr. Taylor, you're here in 2019 MM 2771AO. You were arrested for disorderly conduct. I do find probable cause for the offense. I am going to appoint the public defender to represent you. I'm going to stay the bond at the $250. I'm not gonna take any action on your your release case, sir, in 2018 MM 426AE. And in 2018 MM 11505AO. Just make sure you keep in contact with do you have an attorney in those cases? Looks like you have a competency hearing coming up.
Yeah, they told me September 18th, somewhere around
But you
there.
have an attorney?
No, not that I'm not aware.
I believe we are assigned to that.
Huh?
I believe we are assigned
You
to
do
that.
have the public defender's office. Make sure you comply. If you come back again, I'm likely to revoke your bond, sir.
Okay.
Okay?
Is the state gonna make me an offer? Okay.
Hello,
All right, please tell me your name.
Rashida Thomas.
All right, Ms. Thomas, you're here in 2019 CF 4566AO. You were arrested for battery on a law enforcement officer, possessing an anti-shoplifting device, resisting an officer with violence, depriving an officer of means of protection or communication, and resisting an officer without violence. I do find probable cause for the listed offenses. I am going to appoint the public defender to represent you. You're not to possess any weapons or firearms or ammunition. You're not to return back to 4953 International Drive. Any store at that location. Your bond on count 1 will be $2,500. And $150 on counts 2, 3, and 4, and $100 on count 5.
You had an add-on FTA served on her yesterday?
I don't see anything else in here.
Is she an AK? There's that AKA case right
That's Thomas Monisha? Okay, then that is it, okay. All right, thank you. And 2018 CF 16682AO. You were arrested pursuant to a capias for failing to appear for your pretrial conference on March 20th, 2019. The judge revoked your release and your bond and set your bond at none.
What's talking about the other thing?
All right, sir, please tell me your name.
Cordero Atwell.
Mr. Atwell, you're here in 2019 CF 4627AO. You're arrested for possession of cannabis with intent to sell or deliver, and possession of cannabis less than 20 grams. I do find probable cause for the offenses. I am going to appoint the public defender to represent you.
Excuse me, can I speak, ma'am?
There's a bunch of recommitment forms. Does that just mean that they're coming off the bonds? Okay. Trying to figure it out. 4627. Yeah, they're different cases, and then there's. I don't know if this isn't, oh, this is the old case, okay. Well, it's not, yeah, it's not him. Like I said, I'm having a bad day. All right, your bonds will stay at $1,000 on count one and $100 on count two. You're out on bond for similar offenses, 2019 MM 1706AO. I am revoking that bond and setting it at none. So is this, there's no case number on here.
Yeah, the bonds came off.
Right, but it's, there's a bunch of different, it's all the same case
accounts.
number? Okay, alright, yeah. Alright, sir, please tell, oh ma'am, sorry, please tell me your name.
Terry L. Bell.
Alright, Miss Bell, looks like your bondsman is coming off of your bond in 2019 CF 2912AO. So do I just reinstate the bonds? Oh, she does, okay. So I'm just gonna keep the bonds the same as they were, and you can try and get your bonds reinstated, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right?
Okay.
And you, do you have a private attorney?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, just make sure you keep in touch with them, okay?
Okay.
All right, please tell me your name, sir.
Marcos Sinelli.
All right, Mr. Sinelli, you're here in 2019 CF 4646AO. You're arrested for trafficking and possessing counterfeit credit cards, 15 to 49 of them. I do find probable cause for the offense. I am going to appoint the public defender to represent you. Your bond will stay at the $10,000. All right, sir, please tell me your name.
Lascelles Coley.
All right, Mr. Coley, pursuant to your request to be brought over here and take case number 2019 CF 3587, state, an indictment has been filed against you for first-degree murder with a firearm. It's a capital offense. And the capias was issued in that at 0 bond. And I'm gonna appoint the public defender to represent you. It looks like your case will be set for an arraignment in Division 12, okay? All right, sir, please tell me your name.
Edel Artis.
All right, sir, you're here in 2019 CF 4626AO. You were arrested for possession of cocaine and petty theft. It's a retail offense. I do find probable cause. I am going to appoint the public defender. You're not to return back to that Walmart at 5734 South Orange Blossom Trail. You're not to possess or consume any illegal substances without a valid prescription. Your bonds will remain as set at $1,000 on count 1 and $100 on count 2.
Thank you. Have a good one.
All right, please tell me your name, sir.
My name is Gustavo Fernandez.
All right, Mr. Fernandez, you're here in 2019 CF 4591AO. You were arrested for burglary of a structure, grand theft third degree, criminal mischief. I find probable cause. I'm going to appoint the public defender. I'm going to appoint them to represent you on all the cases that you have here before me, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to
Thank you.
order that you're not to return back to any of the locations alleged to have been burglarized in the affidavits. The Family Dollar Store, the Boost Mobile, Sherman-Williams. You're not to have any contact with any victims or witnesses or co-defendants in the case. You're not to have any weapons, firearms, or ammunition. Your bond in, and I do find probable cause for all of the other offenses in the other cases, 2019 CF 4593, burglary of a structure, grand theft second degree, and criminal mischief. 2019 CF 4589AO, burglary of a structure, grand theft third degree, and criminal mischief. All of those same conditions will apply in each of the cases. In count 1, in 2019 4591, your bond will be set at $3,500 on count 1, $150 on count 2, and $100 on count 3. in 2019 CF 4593AO, be 3,500 on count one. It'll be 3,500 on count two and $100 on count three. In 2019 CF 4589AO, count one 3,500, count two 150, and count three 100. Yeah, for the second case, it's over 20,000. All right, sir, please tell me your name.
Matthew Glover.
All right, Mr. Glover, you're here in 2019 CF 4628AO. You're arrested for possession of cocaine, possession of drug paraphernalia. I do find probable cause. I am going to appoint the public defender. You're not to possess or consume any illegal substances without a valid prescription. I will stay the bond at $1,000 on count one, and it will be reduced to $100 on count two. Tell me your name, please.
Dior Hardeman.
All right, Mr. Hardeman, you're here in 2019 CF 4639AO. You're arrested for possession of cocaine. I do find probable cause. I am going to appoint the public defender to represent you. Your bond will stay at the $2,500. You're also out on bond in 2019 CF 246AO. I am revoking that bond and setting it at none. Yeah, I did. Oh, on the out on bond? Okay, and I'm gonna appoint them to represent you in the out on bond case too. Mr. Augusto, do you need that case number?
No, I have it here.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I have a migraine. Yeah, I've had it since last night. I'm like dizzy. Okay, sir, please tell me your name.
Good morning, Pierre Henderson.
Good morning. Mr. Henderson, you're here in 2019 CF 4630AO. You were arrested for possession of a firearm or ammunition by a convicted felon, carrying concealed firearm, and possession of ammunition by a convicted felon. I do find probable cause for the offenses. I'm going to appoint the public defender to represent you. I'm gonna stay your bond on count one at the $4,000. Count two will be $150. Count three will be $150. You're not to possess any weapons or firearms or don't say anything. Don't say anything. You're not to possess any weapons or firearms or ammunition, okay? Just
Yes, ma'am.
don't say anything. Please tell me your name, sir.
Good morning. Euphestus Horace.
All right, Mr. Horace. You are here in 2019 CF 4631AO. You're arrested for possession of cocaine and possession of cannabis, more than 20 grams. I do find probable cause for the offenses. I am going to appoint the public defender to represent you. Your bond will be on count one, $2,500, count two, $150. Does he have the PD on the, out on bond, do we know? No. On your out on bond case in 2019 CF 4310AO, I am revoking that bond and setting it a none. I am gonna appoint the public defender. I don't believe they've been appointed, okay? Please tell me your name, ma'am.
Juanita Miller.
All right, Ms. Miller, you are here in 2019 CF 4620AO. You were arrested for battery on a law enforcement officer, resisting an officer with violence, and petty theft retail. I do find probable cause, and I'm going to appoint the public defender to represent you. You're not to return back to that Walgreens at 4502 South Orange Blossom Trail. Not to possess any weapons or firearms or ammunition. Your bond will stay at the $2,500 on count one. Counts 2 and 3 will remain at $100.
Thank you, Judge Wish.
Please tell me your name.
Neil Ramsrand.
All right, sir, you're here in 2019 CF 4648. You were arrested for possession of Xanax and possession of cannabis less than 20 grams. I do find probable cause. I'm going to appoint the public defender to represent you. You're not to possess or consume any illegal substances without a valid prescription. I will stay the bond at $1,000 on count one and $100 on count two. All right, please tell me your name, sir.
Joseph Rodriguez.
All right, Mr. Rodriguez, you're here in 2019 CF 4597AO. 2019 4595AO. 2019 4590AO, 2019 CF 4594AO, 2019 CF 4596AO, 2019 CF 4592AO. I find probable cause for all of the offenses listed in those cases. 4597, burglary of a structure, grand theft third degree, and criminal mischief. It's the same in 4595. It's the same in 4590. It's the same in 4594, and it's the same, it's in count 2 of grand theft second degree, 20,000 or more. In 4596. Berg structure, grand theft, criminal mischief, and 4592. I'm going to appoint the public defender to represent you in all of those cases. You're not to have any contact with any victim, witness, or co-defendant. You're not to possess any weapons, firearms, or ammunition. You're not to return to any of the locations listed in any of the affidavits. Family Dollar, Sherman-Williams, the Boost Mobile, and the Walmart. Your bonds, in 4597 will remain at 3,500, 150, and 100. 4595, 3,500, 150, and 100. 4590, 3,500, 150, and 100. 4594, 3,500, 150, 100. 4596, 3,500, count 2 will be 3,500, and 3 will be 100. And finally, 4592, 3,500, 150, and 100. Please tell me your name.
Anthony Ross.
All right, Mr. Ross, you're here in 2019 CF 469 or 09AO. You were arrested pursuant, looks like you turned yourself in, for grand theft third degree of a motor vehicle. I do find probable cause for the offense. I am gonna appoint the public defender to represent you. I'm gonna stay the bond at $1,000, sir. Not to have any contact with any victim or witness in the case, okay? All right, sir, please tell me your name.
My name is Jeffrey Shackle, Your Honor.
Okay, do we know what happened to Mr. Sanchez?
He's mentioned for
Okay. Send him over to courtroom 2. All right, sir, you're here in 2018 CF 15396AO. You were arrested pursuant to a capias for failing to appear for a pretrial conference on March 20th, 2019. The judge revoked your release, forfeited your bond, and set your bonds at none. Do we know if he has the public defender? He does? You do have the public defender, okay?
Ma'am, can I explain something to you?
There's nothing that I can do about the capias, sir. So if you want to talk to Mr. Augusto, you can ask him. But there's nothing that I can do about what's in the capias. All right, please tell me your name, ma'am.
Katrina Smith.
All right, Ms. Smith, you're here in 2019 CF 3585. You were arrested pursuant to a warrant, which probable cause was already found for 3 counts of sexual battery on a child under 12, lewd and lascivious molestation on a child under 12, 2 counts, sexual battery by a person in a custodial authority, and lewd and lascivious molestation of a child under 16. I am gonna appoint the public defender to represent you. State, would you like to be heard as to bond?
Yes, Your Honor, I believe the defendant should be held at no bond on the first 3 counts based on proof evident presumption great. Looking at the 8-page affidavit submitted by Detective Shaw, and it looks like the 2 victims, one was approximately 12 years old at the time of the alleged incidents, and one was approximately 9 years old. It says that this defendant forced, the 2 victims, are 2 boys, male children. She forced their penis inside of her vagina on different occasions. She was undressing in front of them. She was, without actual penetration, humping them over her underwear, but the children were undressed at the time. The victim was allowed to live with the defendants based on, I guess, their parents, or the children's parent met the victim at church and allowed them to live. These events occurred when the mom of the children was out at work. Based on all the information in the affidavit, we asked the defendant be held at no bond on the first 3 counts. No contact with any minor children, definitely no contact with these children, no return to this residence, no weapons, no firearms, no drugs.
Mr. Augusto?
Yes, Your Honor. We would ask that the court use its discretion to set a monetary bond in this case. Ms. Smith has no prior criminal history, no failure to appears. She has all her family here, and she's lived here all her life, so she's not a flight risk. So we would ask that this court use its discretion to set a monetary bond.
Okay, based on the statements of the 2 children being very consistent, and it not just being one witness, I do find proof evident presumption great based on everything that was alleged in the affidavit. I'm gonna order that she be held on no bond on counts 1, 2, and 3. Count 4 will be $10,000 and $150 on 5 and 6, and $150 on 7, sorry. You're not to have any contact with any minor children under the age of 18. You're not to return back to the victim's residence, which is listed in the affidavit for the arrest warrant. You're not to possess any drugs or alcohol or illegal substances without a valid prescription. You're not to possess any weapons or firearms or ammunition. You're not to have any contact with any witnesses or victims in this case. Please tell me your name, sir.
Keontae Stanley.
All right, Mr. Stanley, you're here in 2019 CF 4634AO. You're arrested for trafficking in MDMA. I do find probable cause for the offense. I'm going to appoint the public defender to represent you. Your bond will remain at the $50,000. You're not to possess or consume any illegal substances without a valid prescription. Please tell me your name.
Jamal Thomas.
All right, Mr. Thomas, you're here in 2019 CF 4640AO. You're arrested for grand theft, 3rd degree of a motor vehicle. I do find probable cause for the offense. I am going to appoint the public defender to represent you. Your bond will be set at $3,500. You're out on bond in 2018 CF 17549AO. And in 2018 CF 17517AO. I am gonna revoke those bonds and set them at none. Do we know, does he have, is it the PD on both? Okay, and it looks like you do have the public defender on both of those cases. I never know, because sometimes they put somebody's name and then, or it's blank.
Your Honor, we would ask if the court would reconsider the revoking of the bond simply because my client has informed me that information wasn't filed in either of those two cases.
Okay, no, I'm gonna revoke the bonds. Part of his conditions of release are not to commit any new law offenses.
Thank you.
All right, please tell me your name, ma'am.
Jennifer Turner.
All right, Ms. Turner, you're here in 2018 CF 13909BO. You were arrested pursuant to a warrant, or excuse me, a capias, in which probable cause was found by a judge for the offenses of burglary of a structure and criminal mischief. You're not to return back to Size Coin Laundry at 3221 Curry Ford Road. Not to have any contact with any victim or witness in the case. Your bond will stay at the $5,000 on count one and $100 on count two. 2018, I'm gonna appoint the public defender on all of the cases, okay? 2018 CF 13907BO, you were arrested pursuant to a capias where a judge found probable cause. And not to return back to the listed location of the offense in the affidavit for arrest warrant. You were arrested for attempted burglary of a structure and criminal mischief. Your bonds will stay at $5,000 on count one and $100 on count two. You're not to have any contact with any victims or witnesses in that case. In 2018 CF 14577AO, you were arrested pursuant to a warrant which probable cause was found for burglary of a structure, grand theft third degree, possession of burglary tools, and criminal mischief. Your bonds will remain as set at $1,000 on count one, $500 on counts 2 and 3, $250 on counts 4, 5, and 6. Again, you're not to have any contact with any victims or listed witnesses in the case. And you're not to return back to the location of the offenses as listed in the affidavit. All right, sir, please tell me your name.
Jose Luis Villanueva.
All right, sir, you're here in 2019 CF 4619AO. You were arrested for driving while license revoked as a habitual offender, driving while license suspended as a subsequent offender, an expired license of more than 6 months. I do find probable cause for the offenses. I'm gonna appoint the public defender to represent you in that case, as well as 2018, if they're not already appointed, 2018 CF 1903AO. In that case, you are arrested pursuant to a capias for failing to appear for your arraignment on 5/9/18. The judge revoked your bond and set your bond at none in the CF case. Sorry, in the 2019 CF case. Your bond will stay at $2,500 on count 1 and $100 on counts 2 and 3. You're not to drive without a valid license. Please tell me your name.
Audrey Walker.
All right, Ms. Walker, you're here in 2019 CF 4635AO. You were arrested for giving false information and petty theft, 2 prior convictions. I do find probable cause. I'm going to appoint the Public Defender's Office to represent you. Your bond on count 1 will be set at $100. Count 2 will stay at the $1,000 in 2019 CF 3782AO and in 2018 CF 16562AO. The Office of the Public Defender already represents you. I am going to revoke those bonds and set them at none. Please tell me your name, sir.
Roshima Williams.
Or ma'am, sorry.
Roshima Williams.
I'm having one of those days this morning, so I'm sorry. I did not mean to call you sir.
Okay.
You're here in 2019 CF 4629AO. You were arrested for trafficking in MDMA and possession of cocaine and possession of cannabis, less than 20 grams. I do find probable cause. I am going to appoint the public defender to represent you.
I think there's no objection to PTR, Your Honor. Obviously, no drugs and no weapons.
Sorry.
I said no drugs and no weapons on PTR.
All right, Miss Williams, you do qualify for pretrial release. My problem is you have a history of arrest for trafficking. So I'm not gonna place you in pretrial release. But I am gonna stay the bond at the $50,000 on count 1. Counts 2 will be $150 and $100. Huh? Oh, no drugs, sorry ma'am, no drugs or alcohol or medications without a prescription, no weapons or firearms or ammunition. right, sir, please tell me your name.
My name is Antoine Wilson.
All right, Mr. Wilson, you're here in 2019 CF 4632AO. You're arrested for possession of cocaine and possession of drug paraphernalia. I do find probable cause. I am going to appoint the public defender to represent you. Your bond on count one will be $2,500 and $100 on count two. You're not to possess or consume any illegal substances without a valid prescription.
Ma'am, they told me one more was account 1,000.
We would ask, Your Honor, if Your Honor would reconsider reducing the bond or staying the bond to the 1,000.
My problem is that the most recent failure to appear was February of 2019. And he has 9 felony convictions, 15 misdemeanor convictions, 3 unknowns, 2 failures to appear, a lot of drug convictions, a lot of drug arrests. That's the reason for my bond.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Morning. Please tell me your name.
Daniel Mayfield, Your Honor.
Okay, we'll reset. Okay, we'll reset. Mr. Mayfield, is that what you said?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So you're here in 2019 MO 6020. You were arrested for state misdemeanors. I do find probable cause for the offense. I am going to appoint the public defender. Do you want to try and resolve your case today?
I would love to, Your Honor.
Okay.
There is no offer from the state.
Okay.
No.
Would Your Honor be willing to extend it?
I'm rereading the affidavit so that I'm more familiar with what's going on here. Based on my review, again, of the affidavit, and this being technically a victim crime, and without any input from the victim, I'm not gonna make an offer today.
Your Honor, if I may.
Sure.
Well, Your Honor, I really would appreciate if you could possibly.
I'm not
make-
going to make an offer today. This is a victim crime, and the victim has a right to be heard. So if, and this doesn't appear as if the state's had any contact with the victim, so I'm gonna stay the bond at the $250. You're not to have any contact with the victim in this case. You're not to return to her residence or the apartment complex.
Well, Your Honor, I live in that apartment
Okay,
complex.
well, you're not to go back to her residence, okay?
Sure. All right. But there is one thing, Your Honor. I'm already out on bond for a charge that I got arrested on in January. and I was assigned a public defender on that case, and I'm supposed to be going to court on Monday.
I don't have any information about any out on bond case.
Well, I'm out on.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yeah, well, anyway, I mean, you're in the public defender's office, right? Hey, my lawyer's name is Charles Frederick.
2019 MM25. His name is spelled differently on this. It's missing an I in his name. It's Daniel.
What's the offense?
It is a battery, first-degree misdemeanor. Same date of birth. 1/25/75 is the date of birth on this case. Charles Frederick is the PD assigned to the case. Has a pretrial. Has the trial set on 4/8, which would be Monday.
Okay, so what's your question?
Wondering that if I'm gonna have to, because I don't have any means of bonding out at this time, if I'm gonna be in jail anyway, would it be possible for you to revoke my bond on my previous case and contact my public defender to let him know that I'm currently incarcerated? Because I don't want to have to be sitting in here and end up with a failure to appear because nobody
Well,
knew
they
that I
wouldn't-
was
yeah, I mean,
here.
They would transport you over there, sir, but I will revoke your bond, okay? Can you read me that case number again?
19 MM25AA.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Mayfield, I will revoke your bond in 2019 MM25AA. And so that you'll start receiving some credit, okay?
I appreciate that.
And Mr. Augusto can let Mr. Frederick know, okay?
Yeah, I sure would appreciate that. Okay, thank you.
But again, you're not to have any contact with the victim in the case, okay?
Certainly.
And was that 258A or
25AA.
AA?
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, please tell me your name.
Joseph Samard.
All right, Mr. Samard, you're here in 2019 MO6030. You were arrested for disorderly conduct. I do find probable cause for the offense. Did you want to see if the state has an offer? You did not fill out a form for the public defender.
Yes, please.
Thank you. State, is there an offer?
No objection to ROR or adjudication, 3 days.
And he has 2 days in? Okay. So, Mr. Samar, the offer from the state is an adjudication of guilt with 3 days, with credit for 2 days, but I think you would get out today. Is that correct? If you want to take that.
Okay, I'll take that.
Okay. And I do have to impose court costs, just so you know. You're okay going forward without an attorney?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
You want to plead no contest?
Yes, please.
All right, Mr. Samard, I'm showing you this plea form. Is this your signature at the bottom?
Yes.
Did you understand everything contained within the plea form? I just need you to say it out loud.
Yes,
All
yes,
right.
I do.
You understand all the rights you're giving up by entering the plea?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And are you on probation anywhere?
No way.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you understand that if you're not a U.S. citizen, this plea will subject you to deportation?
Yes, I do.
Okay. I do find a factual basis for you to enter the plea. I am going to adjudicate you guilty, sentence you to 3 days in the Orange County Jail with credit for 2 days' time served. I am going to impose court costs. I'm going to order that you pay those by April 4th, 2020. It gives you a year to pay them off, okay?
Okay,
If
thank
you
you.
want to appeal the judgment and sentence of the court, you must do so in writing within 30 days. If you cannot afford an attorney, one will be appointed for you.
Okay.
All right? Good luck to you.
Thank you.
All right, please tell me your name.
John Flores.
Do we know what happened to Mr. Candelaria? Okay. Send him over to courtroom 2. Mr. Flores?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right, you're here in 2019 MM 2830AO. You were arrested for possession of cannabis, less than 20 grams, and possession of drug paraphernalia. I do find probable cause for the offense. I am going to appoint the public defender to represent you. Your bond on count 1 will remain at the $100, count 2 the $500. You are out on bond, sir, in 2019 CF 2855AO. I am gonna revoke those bonds and set them at none. All right, ma'am, please tell me your name.
Tashiana Smith.
All right, Miss Smith. You're here in 2019 MM 2829AO. You're arrested for possession of drug paraphernalia. I do find probable cause for the offense. I am going to appoint the public defender to represent you. Your bond will stay at the $500. I believe you're out on conditional release on a bunch of cases, right? Mr. Augusto, it looks like she has one of the next hearings she has is on April 8th.
Yes, Your Honor.
In 2018 MM 6910. Trying to see if there's any release conditions on the conditional release. Looks like in the 18 CF 5823AO, she was found incompetent in 2018, but Judge Adams denied anything as to conditional release. I'm trying to find some conditional release plan. Mr. Augusto, are you aware of any plan she's on?
No, Your Honor. The only ones that I'm seeing here that say conditional release is 2018 MM 7873 AO. And then 1218 AW.
Let me look that one up, because I'm not seeing any shocked that it's not in a felony case. It looks like, are you reporting to Aspire?
Yeah.
Okay. When was the last time that you reported to Aspire? Do you
It's
have a
been
case
about-
manager?
2 weeks.
Do you have a case manager?
Yes, ma'am.
Who's your case manager?
Shit, I forgot his name. I forgot his name.
Okay, I just trying to figure out, you know, what's going on with your cases.
All right.
Are you receiving, you're receiving competency restoration program?
Yes, ma'am.
You're in their program?
I'm actually on the pre-child release, so.
All right, I'm not gonna take any action on these cases today. But I am gonna alert the judges, those cases, okay?
Okay.
So just make sure you keep complying with your release, conditions of release. And I believe they're listed for Mr. Augusto's purposes in 2018 MM 7874AO. That's the only order that I can find that has the conditional release program
So I'm getting
information.
released?
Huh?
I'm getting released.
I'm setting your bond at $500, okay? You're not to possess or consume any illegal substances without a valid prescription. That's part of your conditional release program plan, okay?
Shit. I don't know.
All right, ma'am, please tell me your name.
Toshiba Buckles.
All right, Miss Buckles, you're here you're picked up on an out-of-county warrant out of Osceola County. And looks like the bond is $1,000 in that case. Osceola County has 24 hours to come and pick you up. And looks like there's another warrant out of Osceola County as well. And that bond is at 1,000. And another one in Osceola, and that bond is also at 1,000. So if you can't bond out, and I'm not gonna take any action on the out on bond case in Orange because I don't know anything about the Osceola County cases. So I can't take any action on that, okay? So, but if you can bond out, you're bond out. If not, Osceola has 24 hours to come and get you, okay? All right, please tell me your name, sir.
Jamel, LaShawn, Little John.
All right, Mr. Littlejohn, you were picked up on an out-of-county warrant out of Polk County for a violation of probation, and there's no bond in that case. So I think Polk County has 24 hours to come and get you if you, so they should come and get you, okay?
Okay, if they don't come and get me within the 24 hours, what happens?
You'll come see a judge again,
Okay,
okay?
thank you so much.
Spanish. Mr. Williams. Okay. Or Miss Williams. I'm really not doing very good today. start with the motions. Everybody ready? 2019 CF 3028AO Joseph Mario Scarvelli.
That should be granted. The state filed a notice of non-filing before the 33rd day on 4/3.
Okay, that will be granted. 2019 CF 3147AO Joshua Breon Dunstan.
That should be granted. The state filed a notice of non-filing before the 33rd day on 4/3.
That will be granted. 2019 CF 2955AO Keon O'Shea Williams Flax.
That should be granted. The state filed a notice of non-filing before the 33rd day on 4/3.
That will be granted. 2019 CF 1773AO George Wesley Smith Jr.
That should be denied. The state filed an information on 4/3.
That will be denied. 2019 CF 3033AO Robert Lee Hendricks.
That should be granted. The state filed a notice of non-filing before the 33rd day on 4/3.
That will be granted. 2019 CF 3030AO Wilgen Paul Mina Morales.
That should be denied. The state filed an information on 4/1 and the request to transfer from felony to traffic.
All right, that will be denied. 2019 CF 3078AO Eric Vincent Orozco Flores.
That should be granted. The state filed a notice of non-filing before the 33rd day on 4/3.
2019 CF 2904AO Michael Torres Hernandez.
That should be granted. The state filed a notice of non-filing before the 33rd day on 4/3.
2009, that will be granted, sorry. 2019 CF 2655AO Patrick D. Graham.
That should be granted. The state filed a notice of non-filing before the 33rd day on 4/3.
That'll be granted. 2019 CF 2987AO Milton Andrews Rivera.
That should be denied. The state filed an information on 4/3.
That will be denied. 2019 CF 2984AO Eddie Jamal Smith.
That should be denied. The state filed information on 4/3.
All right, that will be denied. And I believe that concludes our morning. We'll be in recess until this afternoon.
I can barely hear you, Lisa. I can't hear you at all. Actually, hey, can we quiet down, please? Yes, ma'am, I will. Yes, Your Honor, we can. Callie Chrysler, Assistant Public Defender, and with me today is Evelyn Jimenez and Janine Ante. Your Honor, we do have some that are going to require an interpreter today. I just wanted to let you know so that yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor. That's what I was looking to, what you wanted to do with them. Oh, here, you can pick it up.
Justo Arellano. Yes. Yes. Yes.
I believe so, Your Honor. But he has a private attorney on the DUI, and I believe that private attorney has also filed in the VOP, just not a notice of appearance. Yes, and I believe that that same lawyer filed a bond motion in the VOP from what I saw last night. Yes. Yes, Your Honor. Deny.
I'd like to deny for today, please. I'd like to deny for today.
Oh, we cannot hear the clerk, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor. He's not in custody, Your Honor. I know, but I was informed by the CO that he is not in custody. No. That would make sense why he's not here then. He has a private attorney, Your Honor.
Good morning. Gesley Burles. Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Rigoberto Bernal.
Not guilty, Your Honor. Okay. Your Honor, he actually says that he wants to plea right now, but no offer was conveyed.
That's fine, Your Honor. Yes, ma'am.
There it is.
That's fine, ma'am. As to this charge. And when would I be sentenced? Today?
No. Here. That was a question for you.
I'm sorry, ma'am? Yes, for a plea date. Yes, I'm already sentenced to a case. That's why I was trying to get it resolved today. Yes, ma'am. The 25th of March. 200 days. I'll take that. Yes.
Yes, Your Honor. You can have a seat.
Good morning. Harrison Bodrick.
Your Honor, he does have a valid driver's license, and we wanted to know if that would change the offer from the state. It was admit 30 days, revoke in term. Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, ma'am.
I explain. I would deny it.
What is? I don't have a recent marijuana charge.
You said that the marijuana charge is what's violating him, and it's from Polk County, Your Honor?
They dropped two of them. It was only the suspended.
It's up to you, but I would deny it.
I'm gonna deny it.
Yes, Nikisha Boggs. Yes.
Absolutely not, Your Honor.
4. Okay. Okay.
Your Honor, Attorney Blanco is here, and I believe he wishes to be heard. It's a 10 a.m. docket.
I woke up early, Judge. Judge, no, it's a quick question. I don't want to interrupt your docket. Judge, it's for Ricardo Trujillo. He is 10 o'clock docket. It's for a plea. I didn't have the joint motion for substitution of counsel. I had sent it to the PD's office. They couldn't get to it until today. I got it now. It's in front of me. It's all signed by my client and by myself. Actually, my client signed it yesterday, and the PD signed it this morning. So on the docket, it shows do not transport, but the defendant is here in court. So I didn't know what to do here. So. Okay. Okay, so 10. Okay. No, that's fine. I'll come back, Judge. Not a problem. All right, thank you.
As far as I know, he's still in Tennessee, Your Honor. This is going to be an interpreter, Your Honor. He refused to come? No, that was Cabrera. Yes, Your Honor.
Good morning, Your Honor. Edgar Dominus Cortijo.
Your Honor. Your Honor, my colleague who's assigned to the case informed me that there was a conflict that she was filing on for our office, and that we were going to have to withdraw because of that.
Yeah, that sounds great. Thank you, Your Honor. Have a good day.
Thank you, Your Honor. He is here. Oh, yeah.
Ms. Ferguson. Cyril Ferguson.
There was no offer conveyed, Your Honor. Or plead not guilty.
Not guilty.
Yeah. Yep, this is also going to be an interpreter, Your Honor. Oh, wait. Oh. Oh, wait, he says that he can do it in English. Yep.
Good morning. Miguel A. Galarza. Yes, it'll be okay, thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Can I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes. What's that?
Ese es el máximo. Can I have a moment, Your Honor?
Okay, thank you.
He's approaching, Your Honor.
David Garcia.
Your Honor, not guilty.
Thank you.
Good morning, Your Honor. Nicholas Marcos Gomez.
Your Honor, there was we detected a possible conflict in this case. We detected a possible conflict in this case. We haven't filed a motion yet, but it was just approved last night. We will be needing to not represent him and wait for the motion to be resolved.
Yes, ma'am. There's no way that I could represent myself right now. Is there any way that I could represent myself right now? Yes, ma'am. That's fine. Your Honor, I have also been incarcerated since December 27th of 2018. No, ma'am, but I've had a hold for this case while I was in Seminole. Thank you. Would I be able to have a moment to contemplate this, Your Honor? To contemplate this, would I be able to have a moment? Yes, ma'am. Okay, thank you.
He's approaching, Your Honor.
Good morning, Your Honor. Roberto Gonzalez Broach. Not guilty, Your Honor? Yes, ma'am. Not yet, Your Honor. Yes, ma'am.
She's not in custody, Your Honor. Your Honor, I was aware by the public defender appointed in her case that an offer was conveyed and they were trying to locate plea date certain, but they were not on time before this hearing, so.
Adrián Guzmán. I got a felony. A felony. Yeah.
Your Honor, I expressed that to the client, to the defendant, and the offer was an adjudication of guilt credit time served, court cost, and his position was to take the offer just before I came to the podium.
Yeah.
Are you against?
Yeah, I understand. Yeah, I'm sure.
Your Honor, we want to make it on the record that it was against public defender's advice, and he still wished to take the plea. Your Honor, accordingly to the records, it says he's in Volusia County. No, Your Honor. He's approaching.
Oh, Your Honor. Chad Everett Kerr.
Your Honor, an offer was conveyed for an adjudication of guilt, credit time served, and court costs, and he wishes to take the plea.
Guilty. Eric Lopez. 92590. Well, I paid 2 tickets.
May I have a moment, Your Honor? Your Honor, an offer was conveyed an adjudication of guilt, 60 days, and court cost. Will he be getting credit for the 54 days? It's on the docket. So, yeah, he wishes to take the plea, Your Honor.
Guilty. Guilty.
Alyssa Martin. not.
That's the offer, Your Honor. Credit time served.
Yes. Yeah, I'm pleading guilty.
Now I got it.
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah,
Your
it's
Honor.
8 months, 30 weeks. I'm trying to.
Yes, Your Honor.
I'm just gonna plead guilty.
Good morning, Your Honor. Saquon Martin.
Not guilty, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
Your Honor, may we, yeah. Miss Greenleaf, Cara Greenleaf, was here, was in minimum, and by mistake, it was stated that she was not in custody. She's here. Page, I think, yes. Okay.
Jennifer Metelsky.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, we could not hear what Ms. Rapchick was saying.
Not guilty. Yes. Yes.
She already has, Your Honor. Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you. Good morning.
Kenneth Newhouse.
Your Honor, Mr. Newhouse will be taking a plea this morning. Yes, Your Honor. The terms is an adjudication of guilt, credit time served, followed by 12 months probation, consecutive drug evaluation and treatment and court costs.
Yes, ma'am. Guilty.
She hasn't been brought up just yet. They're bringing her up. He's approaching, Your Honor.
Jose Luis Ramos.
Mr. Ramos will be taking a plea this morning as well. An adjudication of guilt, credit time served, and court costs.
Guilty.
Mr. Riddle's approaching.
Evan Riddle.
Do you have anything else pending?
Not in this county. Not in this county.
Not in this county, Your Honor. He will be taking that offer, Your Honor.
Guilty.
Your Honor, according to the docket, Mr. Sanchez Torres is incarcerated in Dade County Jail. Mr. Smith refused to come. I guess, Your Honor. Mr. Smith is approaching.
Jamal Curtis Smith.
Yes. Ma'am, before you keep on going, I want to tell you I've been served both of them warrants on March 1st, 2018, when I first got incarcerated in Orange County Jail. I don't even know what they talking
We
about.
couldn't
I
hear
can't
the offer.
But how I got credit for 9 when I've been served these warrants last year. He said 45 days or what, all consecutive and stuff like that? And you said 6 months papers. 6 months probation.
And would this be an adjudication or a withhold, Your Honor?
It'll be with adjudication. Not guilty. Yes, and I'm going to trial. I need a speedy trial.
I believe he did, Your Honor.
Calvin Thomas.
Make sure you speak up. You're a little bit soft-spoken. Okay. Not guilty, Your Honor. She's approaching, Your Honor.
Bianca Trinidad.
Not guilty at this time, Your Honor. Ms. Trinidad intended on taking the offer this afternoon on the VOP, so I need some time to discuss this with her. And Could I have a moment to discuss this with her? Have a seat.
Good morning, ma'am. Jermaine Trochet. Not guilty. I'm a higher lawyer. Thank you.
Good morning, Your Honor. It's Kenneth Witt. Yeah, I'm gonna plead guilty. I'm gonna plead guilty.
Thank you, Your Honor.
He wants to plead not guilty, Your Honor.
I'm not Garcia, I'm Galarza. Yeah,
No,
you-
Your Honor, one moment.
I'm not Garcia, I'm Galarza. Okay.
Oh,
Okay. No problem.
thank you.
Thank you.
Your Honor, if I choose to plead not guilty and I get set for pretrial, do you have any idea, hypothetically speaking, how long, how far out that would be set for? Yes, ma'am. I'm gonna just plead guilty and take the 18 days. But actually, before I say that, when I was first originally arrested on this charge, I was here for 2 days. Will I not get time or credit for that too? Yes, since the 24th, I was served a warrant. But when I was first originally arrested for this, I served 2 days here for that too. Okay. Okay, I'll go ahead. I'll plead guilty. I'll take the 30 days. No, I was hypothetically asking a question, Your Honor. Yes, that's better than May 1st.
Yes, Your Honor.
Kara Beth Torrey Greenleaf. Kara Beth Torrey Greenleaf.
Tori is a name.
That's my maiden name. Greenleaf was my married name, and I think that's why I didn't get my notice for the court, because
Your Honor, an offer was conveyed, withhold car costs, no return, and credit time served, and she wants to take the offer, Your Honor.
thank you.
I've got 3 up here. This way. Here we are.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Chad Everett Kerr. Chad Everett Kerr. Adrian Guzman.
Rigoberto Bernal.
Yes.
He,
Have to sign it.
yes. I did not know, Your Honor. I thought I had all the papers here. Yes, he did.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'll go over it with you. Go over it.
Yes. Yeah.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. No. Nope.
No.
No. Nope.
No.
No. Nope.
No.
No. Nope.
No.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yes. Yes. No.
Yes. 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 Thank you, Your Honor.
Here. Don't drive.
Yes, Your Honor. Yes. Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, excellent. Do you want to come up here? Oh, no, I got that one. Is that the only one that we have? Cool. Cabrera.
Hola.
Say your name.
Hello.
Just say your name.
El micrófono no sirve.
Your name. Your name. Say your name. Say your name.
Hello.
Your name. Tu nombre.
Pero ¿a quién se lo digo aquí? Dilo en el micrófono. Pero el micrófono está supuesto a sonar como es.
Your Honor.
¿Eh? No está supuesto a sonar así.
Háblale, que ya te escucha.
Ah, ok.
Your
Está
Honor,
bien. Sí, eso ya sé, Cabrera.
We have some concerns. Yeah. Yeah. No. And yes, Your Honor, we do have some concerns, Your Honor, and we would be entering a plea of not guilty today. May 1st.
Sí.
What was the other one in Spanish? He said and then changed his mind. Oh. We have somebody who's waiting for their private attorney. Yes, Your Honor.
It's Ricardo Trujillo, Your Honor. It's Mr. Blanco, the private attorney that was here this morning. He's not here? Yes, I think
Yes.
so.
Yeah.
Your Honor, also, can you take into consideration that we sign joint motion to the public defender office be removed will be here, and he will be there. Yes. I know.
You can stand.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Jose Luis Ramos.
Evan Riddle.
Kenneth Newhouse.
Yes, ma'am.
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 No, 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 ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Guilty. Yes. Yes, ma'am.
Guilty. Yes, ma'am.
Guilty. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Wait, tell her I ain't getting up. I ain't getting up until soon.
Within 5 days of your release.
Right. So I might get released in that Pasco County. Still good.
Honor, it's been consecutive. Yes, that was what was discussed. Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Gomez has not finished completing his plea form. Mr. Witt has. Mr. Lopez? Do you speak English, sir? Yes. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
My apologies, Your Honor.
Yes,
One of you
ma'am.
is-
Yes,
Answer.
ma'am.
Oh, yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Eric Lopez.
Kenneth Witt.
Yes, I did.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Nope.
No, ma'am.
No, ma'am.
No, ma'am.
No, ma'am.
No, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Oh, I'm sorry. Guilty. Yes. Probably, ma'am. I wasn't working at the time. I didn't have a phone. I didn't have a cell phone. Couldn't pay the bill. Yes, ma'am.
Guilty. Yes, ma'am.
They're approaching, Your Honor. Do you have your paperwork, ma'am? Yes. Thank you. Do you have your paperwork, ma'am?
Yes.
Yes.
Kara Beth Greenleaf?
Alyssa Martin.
Yes.
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 Yes, except for the court costs. Do I have court costs? Okay, thank you. Yes.
No, ma'am.
No.
No.
No, Your Honor.
No.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes.
Guilty, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor.
Guilty. Yes.
Can I possibly go to the courthouse today? Okay. Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
Okay.
Your Honor, Ms. Trinidad will be accepting the offer. I had the completed plea form for the violation of probation at the office ready for this afternoon. If we can just confirm what the offer was, we can go ahead and get everything taken care of this morning. Both, Your Honor. Sure, Your Honor. Would you like to transport her this afternoon, or would you like to do the plea for this afternoon today? Sure. Sure. Your Honor, what I would ask, with Ms. Trinidad's understanding would be enter a plea of not guilty on the new charge, get set for pretrial, and that should give the state enough time to contact the victim, and hopefully we can plead that day. She is not, Your Honor. Understood, Your Honor. I just need 1 second to prepare the form. Thank you, Your Honor. Sure, thank you very much.
Yes, Your Honor. Yes. Nicholas Marcos Gomez. Yes. 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 No. Although I was rushed, no. No, ma'am. No, ma'am, it's all right. Nope. Yes. No. Guilty. Yep. Yes. Yep.
Good morning, Your Honor. Yeah, I understand. Brock Shields on behalf of Mr. Schweitzer. Your Honor, just for the court's edification, the no registration will be null pros, and she's pleading guilty as charged to the suspended license. Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. Christy Schweitzer. Yes, ma'am. Yes, Your Honor. Yes, ma'am. No, ma'am. No, ma'am. No, ma'am. No, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Guilty. Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor.
There was a no registration in 2018 CT, I believe 3418. She was charged with two separate cases. No registration? Oh, the state's null processing that, Your Honor. Thank you, Your Honor. You too, Your Honor.
does. I'm sorry, I wasn't here I thought it was at 10 a.m. and I had stepped out, so I apologize. Okay, all right, thank you.
Ms. Boggs is in here, yes. Yep. She is, Your Honor. One thing, Mr. Bodrick, 18 CT 3866, caught my attention again, and he says that he does wish to plea today. Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes. Bianca Trinidad? Yes. Yes. Yes, ma'am. Yes. No. No, Your Honor. No. No. Yes, ma'am. Yes. Guilty. Yes. 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 Okay. 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 Just, we were dating the same person. Yeah. Yeah. Neither of us. Yeah. No, it's true. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Your Honor. And she completed a new one. She completed a new one as well. Thank you, Your Honor.
Your Honor, can you send Mr. Schuler to our office to make an appointment? I don't have any information, right now. Yeah. No, downstairs, first floor. Yes. Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor.
Your Honor, all that, oh, I apologize, I apologize. Yes, Your Honor, all that's left is Mr. Blanco's client. May we be excused? Oh, and Miss Boggs, yes. Yes, Your Honor, thank you. We'll see you this afternoon.
Okay, thank you, Judge, that's fine, I'm just here talking to PDs. Thank you. Lazaro Blanco on behalf of Ricardo Trujillo. Judge, should he hold the microphone?
Sí, señor. Ricardo Trujillo. Sí, señor. Sí.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes, Judge. Yes, it is, Your Honor. Let's see. He's going to be withdrawing his previously entered plea of not guilty, enter a plea of no contest to no valid driver's license. The agreed upon disposition is an adjudication, credit time. Right. And it's the agreed upon disposition is with the state is an adjudication, credit time served, and court costs. And we would, stipulate to a factual basis, Judge, to resolve the case. Yes, Judge, I had the plea form here. He signed it. I gave it to the public defenders, and they took it.
Sí. 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 No. 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 Sí. No me opongo. Sí. Okay. Thank you, Anna.
$223. What? Dice, dile 4 meses.
4 meses está bien. Okay. Thank you, gracias.
Thank you so much, Your Honor. I apologize. No, I apologize for stepping out. That was my fault. Thank you.
Good morning again, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor. Your Honor, I reviewed it with my client, she has signed it.
Yes. Nikisha Boggs. Yes. 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 No. 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 Yes. Yes. No contest.
Sorry, admit it, Your Honor.
As far as the payments, ma'am, yes. Yes.
I would, for the purpose.
As, the payments, I do know that I may have gotten behind on the. Yes, ma'am. I submitted it with the last 10 hours that I did at the baseball field. It was 2 days I had to do it, 4 hours a day. To be honest, I don't remember the exact month because it was a while ago. I really don't know the exact month. Yes, it should have been. Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, may I have a moment briefly? Yes. If you find that we can go to a hearing, but you're stuck here, I think you should admit to it, and then argue the court that you did, and ask them to show that you did abscond, okay? This plea, Your Honor, would admit.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, this is an open plea. We'd like an opportunity to present factors of mitigation. No, Your Honor, the state's asking for 20. We're pleading to the bench judge and asking the court to consider time served. I'm sorry, Your Honor. I apologize. I didn't specify it. Yes, and Your Honor, I will do a notice of filing of those documents as well, so they'll actually be in the court file if you need me to. That's fine, Your Honor. Okay. You know, I just wanted to hear, did the state say Brevard County? Okay. Your Honor, I wish proper testimony from the defendant. All right. Ms. Boggs, well, let's start with your probation. Did you complete the duals class?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us a little bit about what you went through in that class?
Yes, it was actually a class that I had to complete within 2 days, 4 hours a day to complete an 8-hour session.
And what kind of things did you do? Where did you remember where you took this class?
Yes, it was an online class.
Online class. And can you remember some of the stuff that the class talked about?
Yes, basically, the class that I took specifically was involving driving on a suspended license. We had to go over a booklet, we had quizzes, we had tests, we had scenarios that they went over. We even watched a court viewing.
And can you, just to enlighten the court, is there anything about, I know this was a couple years ago, but is there anything about those classes you remember?
Yes.
Can you please just give some details to the court?
Well, I do know that for the first 2 hours of each class, it was just basically class-based. And then you had a pre-quiz, and then at the end, they went over other things, and then you had a test afterwards.
What kind of stuff was in the class?
Oh, as far as yielding, the basic driving signals, the basic driving rules, almost as if you're taking a permit test or a permit class.
Okay. And community service hours, did you complete any community service hours?
Yes, I did.
Where did you do those hours?
I did them at a baseball field in Brandon.
And you understand that you're under oath right now? That's
Yes.
Under the penalties of perjury?
Yes.
Okay. And what did you do for these hours?
I did a concession and tickets.
Okay, it was like a little league?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay, and this is for the city of Brandon?
Yes, Brandon.
Okay. And did you send money to your probation officer?
Yes, I did, in the form of a money order every month. I used to send it when I had to send my paper to basically sign in.
Okay, and you would do that roughly every 30 days?
Yes, every month.
You had communication with your probation officer?
Yes, I believe her name was Monique Randall.
Okay. And what about payments to the court?
Payments to the court, like I said, I may have missed payments to the court. I honestly thought I was paying my stuff. I didn't know that it was for
But you were making a good faith effort to pay?
Right.
Your Honor, no questions, no further questions.
My mother.
Your Honor, if I'm, I don't know if there's, I just have argument left. I don't know if there's anything else you want to proffer from. Judge, the important thing that we want to stress to the court, Your Honor, is that this is not a case of absconding. If that were the situation, the affidavit it gives the impression that it's a matter of absconding, Your Honor. And if it was, Your Honor, I would take the 20 days because honestly, 30 would be appropriate and she would save 5 by doing the 20. But Judge, we're asking the court to consider a credit time served, and we believe that there's indications of compliance and a good faith effort to try and comply, Your Honor. If you see the court records for when the payments are made, they're not made in the court, and they're in the court file, and I ask the court to take judicial notice of the file. They're not made on the 4th of every month, but they are almost on a monthly basis, and that's an indication that Ms. Boggs did make an effort to, or Ms. Boggs did make an effort to try and comply with paying the court. I think the court can weigh her testimony, and I think she can show under penalties of perjury, because she's risking looking at 5 years in prison if she's lying to you here today, Your Honor, that she did make an effort to do the class, and the fact that she's able to give details about the class, even though this was probably 4 or 5 years ago at this point, Your Honor, because this is a 2014 case, and she's on probation in 2015, now 2019. 4 years later, she's able to remember a fair amount of detail about the class, how long it took, what was in the class, also her work at the baseball field, working concessions and tickets. I think is indication to show. But yes, she will admit that she's admitting, Your Honor, that she did fall behind, but she was trying. I'd ask the court to consider 14 days credit time served and D6, any expenses to the court and probation. She's in the process of getting her license back. She did, Your Honor, pick up a new charge 5 years later in Seminole County. which she was arrested on and posted a bond. We're dealing with that, Your Honor. But she's going to be getting her license back, and I have a feeling that when she gets out, her family's probably going to retain my services, and I'll assist her with that.
Okay. December, okay. Yes, ma'am.
And we'll be available, Your Honor. Thank you. Your Honor, Judge, this is the only matter I had before this court. It's good to see you again. May I be excused? Yes. And Your Honor, which part of the alphabet do you, I'm back in Kissimmee now. Which part of the alphabet do you have? What used to be Judge Epperson's. And Judge Sanders, is she in criminal? She's in civil. So, which used to be, okay, B through G. Okay, all right, I'll have to write that down. Thank you, Judge, good to see you. Bye.
All right, we are on the record. It is April 4th, 2019. Judge Wish, Courtroom 1, Session 2. Can I have the parties please announce themselves for the record?
Kathy Kennedy Swanson on behalf of the Office of the State Attorney.
Alexis Augusto on behalf of the Office of the Public Defender.
Adam Reese on behalf of Defendant Sierra Smith.
Good afternoon, Mr. Reese.
Good afternoon.
How are you?
Pleasure to see you. I'm good.
Good. Okay, can you tell me your name, ma'am?
Sierra Smith.
All right, Ms. Smith, you're here in 2018 CF 16728, is that correct? Yes, BO, and you were arrested pursuant to a capias for kidnapping with intent to inflict bodily harm or terrorize with a firearm, aggravated battery causing great bodily harm with a firearm, and aggravated battery with a firearm. And you're represented by Mr. Reese here, and this is, count 1 is a life felony. Does the state want to be heard as to bond?
Yes, Your Honor. We'd ask this defendant be held at no bond, looking at the four corners of the document supporting the information that was filed on count 1. Looks like this defendant with a co-defendant forced the victim. I guess there was allegation that he may have taken a wallet, forced the victim back in the house. The co-defendant held a gun to the victim's head. The defendant began striking the victim. They had him empty out his luggage. The victim believed that it was a setup. The wallet was found in a room in a drawer. The co-defendant had the defendant hold his hand over an open flame and burn his hand. This co-defendant was a willing participant in this. They took his cell phone. Based on all that information in the affidavit, we asked the defendant be held at no bond. No contact with the victim, no contact with the co-defendant, no weapons, no drugs or firearms while this case is pending.
Mr. Reese?
Your Honor, would you like testimony or a proffer? Would proffer be sufficient?
As to bond,
Yes, ma'am.
I would prefer the testimony.
Okay, that's fine. Just a very brief response, and then I'd like to offer some testimony to my client. From what I've reviewed, and it's not nearly as much as the state or it may be, I was given the information this morning by one of your clerks as well as the charging affidavit. It appears as though the co-defendant is a bit more culpable than my client. And with that, I would like to just ask Ms. Smith a few questions.
Sure. Can you have her, let's have her sworn in, okay?
Raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
May I proceed?
Absolutely.
Could you state your name, please?
Sierra Smith,
Ms. Smith, where were you born?
Orlando, Florida,
And how old are you?
23.
And have you lived your entire life in Central Florida?
Yes, sir.
Were you most recently employed?
Yes, I was.
Where were you working?
I was at the Roadway Inn on Oak Ridge and Oak Ridge and OBT. I was just about to get promoted, but I quit my job
And why did you quit?
because I found out I had a warrant.
And after you learned you had a warrant, did you make arrangements to retain my office?
Yes,
Did you also surrender yourself last night knowing that there was a warrant and that you might be held no bond?
yes,
Why did you surrender?
because I found out I had a warrant.
That's the right thing to do?
Yes.
No further questions.
Okay. And so the state's asking me to find proof evident presumption great and to hold her no bond?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Is there any other argument other than she's just less culpable?
Not on the facts of the case, Your Honor. However, if the court does find proof evident presumption great, this court still has discretion to set bond, as the court's well aware. We have a situation where somebody made arrangements to go ahead and surrender to the Orange County Jail, knowing that there was a warrant and that more likely than not it was a no bond case. She was also, I think, responsible enough to quit her job in advance. That way she could prepare for the case and get her job back should the court set bond, not leaving her employment hanging. She was born here, she's raised here, and I believe she's got significant ties to the community. I think under the circumstances, the court could exercise its discretion and set bond in this matter.
Okay. First, the conditions of any release are going to be you're not to possess any weapons, firearms, or ammunition. You're not to have any drugs or alcohol without a valid prescription. You're not to have any contact with any victim, any witness, or any co-defendant in the case.
Yes, ma'am.
I have read the affidavit. It appears as though the victim was severely injured in this case. Does she have an active warrant indicator? That's what I'm showing on the face sheet.
No, I got married, so they always make me
Okay.
show my ID. Because when I went to court last time, my last name's changed. But I don't have.
So there's no active warrant?
warrant.
I'm just showing
Well, I
that on
don't
my
know. No,
face sheet, so,
Never even been there. And Osceola, my name was coming up under something else, so I showed my ID.
let's just check on that.
Okay.
Oh, I'm looking at the wrong face sheet. I am mistaken.
First time for everything.
No, it's to my left, and they usually are, but this is attached to it, so. Let's see. All right, here's what I'm gonna do. I do find proof evident presumption great. I'm gonna set the bond on count 1 at $150,000. Count 2, $10,000, and count 3, $10,000. And all of those conditions will apply. If you violate any of those conditions, ma'am, I will revoke the bond,
I appreciate you.
okay?
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Mr. Reese. All right, please tell me your name, sir.
Craig Blocker.
Mr. Blocker, you're here in 2019 CF 2589AO. You were arrested pursuant to a warrant in which probable cause was found for grand theft third degree. In 2019 CF 2589. Is that the same case? Sorry, same case. In 2017 CF 14341AO, you're arrested for failing to appear pursuant to a capias for pretrial on March 27, 2019. The judge in that case set your bond in that case at none. In the new case, the bond will be stayed as set in the warrant at $1,000. You're not to have any contact with any witness or victim in the case, and you're not to return back to the scene of the offense.
Where were you appointed on that, Your Honor?
Sorry. Yes, I'm appointing the public defender. Thank you. And I don't know, does he have the public defender on the pretrial case? Yes, okay. Sorry, I can take this. Please tell me your name.
Jamel Clark.
Do we know what happened to Mr. Christian? Okay, take no action. Oh, take that out. Mr. Clark?
Yes.
All right, sir, you're here in 2019 CF 4659AO. You were arrested for possession of cocaine with a weapon. I do find probable cause for the offense. It appears you do not qualify for the public defender's office based on your application, okay? So I cannot appoint them
Okay.
at this time, so you'll have to contact an attorney. I'm gonna order that you not possess any illegal substances without a valid prescription.
Okay,
And
yes,
you're
ma'am.
not to possess any weapons or firearms or ammunition.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm gonna set your bond at $3,500. Do you think you'll be able to meet that bond? Cause if not, I'll set a determination of counsel, in a week. And just so, I don't want you sitting in there without an attorney if you're not able to bond out.
Yes, I can bond out.
Okay. Okay. I'm just gonna leave the bond set, okay?
Okay.
All right. And you're sure you think you can bond out?
Yeah, well, they was telling me something about a pretrial or something downstairs, but I don't, this is my first time, so
I can
I
put you in
don't know
pretrial.
how it works. I'm not,
You do qualify for pretrial release. And you don't have any real history here, and that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna put you in pretrial release, okay? You're not gonna have to post a bond.
Okay.
All those same conditions will apply. You're gonna be subject to random urinalysis,
Okay.
okay, within 24 hours of your release.
Okay.
You'll have to meet with pretrial release once a week, face-to-face, okay?
Okay.
But you won't have to post a bond. And you need to make sure that if you move, or if you, if you change addresses and the address on file changes, you need to update the clerk and pretrial release.
Okay.
Okay, so they can get in touch with you. Otherwise, if you violate any of their conditions, we can revoke your bond and set your bond at none.
okay.
Okay, and I don't want that to happen to you.
All right,
so.
I appreciate it.
Okay?
All right.
All right,
Since
good
he
luck.
doesn't have an attorney representing him at this time, is there anything that he would test positive for if he's gonna be tested within 24 hours? So that he's not violated? If he has marijuana in his system, obviously within 30 days, that's gonna automatically violate him? Violate him?
He's charged with possession of cocaine.
I understand.
Yeah.
But if he has any drugs, but it could be cocaine, it could be cannabis, that if he had an attorney, obviously they would ask for not to be tested for marijuana for 30 days. Because he's unrepresented, he may not understand to do that.
Okay, I mean, do you think you would test positive for marijuana?
Well, I tested some today, because I smoked some today, so.
Okay, so I'll ask that pretrial release not violate you for cannabis
Okay.
within 30 days.
Okay.
That doesn't mean you can smoke it,
Yeah, I got you.
okay?
Mhm.
So, but the cocaine should have been out, if you'd used any of it, should be out of your system fairly quickly, so.
Okay.
Okay, so for cannabis, just don't smoke it,
Okay.
okay?
All right, I got you.
All right.
All right.
All right, please tell me your name.
Jose Antonio Cortez.
All right, Mr. Cortez, you are here on 7 cases, 2019 CF 2054AO. You were arrested pursuant to a capias for fleeing and attempting to elude a law enforcement officer with lights and sirens activated, possession of drug paraphernalia, and resisting an officer without violence. The bonds in that case are $2,500, $100, and $100. You're not to possess or consume any illegal substances without a valid prescription. On the capias, it says, do not return to the scene of the offense and
Which is where?
not consuming the illegal substances. In 2019, CT 1560AO, you were arrested pursuant to a capias for failing to appear for arraignment. The judge set your bond at $500 in that case. 2017 CT 5564AO, you were arrested pursuant to a capias for failing to appear for your arraignment. The judge set your bond at $1,000. In 2019 CT 1561AO, you were arrested pursuant to a capias for failing to appear for your arraignment. The judge set your bond at $500. In 2019 CT 1131AO, you were arrested for failing to appear pursuant to a capias, and that was for an arraignment. The judge set your bond at $500. In 2019 CT 2632AO, you were arrested for no valid driver's license. I do find probable cause. I'm gonna stay the bond at the $500. Do not drive without a valid license.
Yes, ma'am.
In 2019 MM 2838AO, you were arrested for loitering or prowling and resisting an officer without violence. I do find probable cause. Your bond will be set on count 1 at $250 and $500 on count 2. And I am gonna appoint the public defender on all of those cases. I don't know if you have them already for some of the cases that
Yes, I
were
do.
failures to appear. All right, ma'am, please tell me your name.
Tiara Ebony Dickerson.
All right, Ms. Dickerson, you're here in 2019 CF 3469AO. You're arrested pursuant to a capias for criminal mischief as a subsequent offender. The judge in that case set your bond at $250. You're not to return back to the scene of the offense. And you're not to have any contact directly or indirectly with the victim, or any witnesses in the case. I am gonna appoint the public defender to represent you. It's on the KPS, $250, yeah. Please tell me your name, sir.
Brian Jones.
All right, Mr. Jones, you're here in 2019 CF 4652AO. You're arrested for possession of heroin and possession of alprazolam. I do find probable cause. I'm going to appoint the public defender to represent you. I'm going to stay your bond on count 1 at $100. On count 2, I'm going to reduce it to $150. You're not to possess or consume any illegal substances without a valid prescription. And I did say that I appointed the public defender. All right, please tell me your name.
Crystal Baricia Jones.
All right, Ms. Jones, you're here in 2016 CF 339AO. It's a violation of probation. I'm gonna appoint the public defender to represent you, and I believe you should be seen by Judge Whitehead in a week to 10 days, okay?
Yes.
All right, please tell me your name.
Roderick Jean Jules Jr.
All right, Mr. Jules. You're here in 2019 CF 4656AO. You're arrested for fleeing and eluding a law enforcement officer with lights and sirens activated. I do find probable cause for the offense. I'm going to appoint the public defender to represent you in that case, and also in 2019 CF 4655AO, where you were arrested for possession of a firearm and commission of a felony, grand theft third degree of a firearm, carrying concealed firearm, and resisting an officer without violence. I do find probable cause for those offenses as well. You're not to possess any weapons or firearms or ammunition. You're not to possess or consume any illegal substances without a valid prescription. And you're not to have any contact with any victim in the case. In 2019 CF 4656AO, your bond will be set at $7,500. In 2019 CF 4655AO, your bond will be stayed at the $5,000 on count 1, $2,500 on count 2, $150 on count 3, and $100 on count 4. All right, please tell me your name.
Kathy Lodge.
Do we know what happened to Mr., is it? He bonded? Okay, we'll take no action. That's Mr. Klum?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Ms. Lodge?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, ma'am, you're here in 2018 CF 9624AO. You were arrested pursuant to a capias for failing to appear for your pretrial on March 27, 2019. The judge in that case revoked your release, forfeited your bond, and set your bond at none. Do you have the public defender?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so you have the public defender, and they can file any appropriate motions for you, okay? No? Let's just check. Let's just make sure you do. Hold on one second.
She does.
You do? Okay. Thank you. Okay, thank you. All right. All right, please tell me your name.
Daria Richardson.
All right, ma'am, you're here in 2018 CT 9975AO. You were arrested pursuant to a capias for failing to appear for a status hearing. Your bond is set at $250 on that case. In 2018 CT 9974AO, you were arrested pursuant to a capias for failing to appear for a status hearing. Your bond is set at $250. I'm going to appoint the public defender if they haven't already been appointed to represent you. I'm not going to take any action on the out on bond cases because there's no new law violation. I hate this thing. All right, please tell me your name, sir.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Miguel Angel Rodriguez.
All right, Mr. Rodriguez, you're here in 2019 CT 2635AO. You're arrested for driving under the influence. I do find probable cause. I'm going to appoint the public defender to represent you. You're not to possess or consume any illegal substances without a valid prescription. I'm going to stay your bond at the $500. Okay, I'm sorry, let me do that again then. I'm gonna put you in pretrial release. You're not to have any alcohol, you're not to have any drugs, you're subject to your analysis within 24 hours of your release. Okay? All right, please tell me your name.
Mandy Ray Holland.
All right, Ms. Holland, you're here in 2019 MM 2837AO. You're arrested for trespass on property after warning. I do find probable cause. I'm gonna appoint the public defender to represent you. Is there an offer from the state?
Adjudication, 3 days, no return.
Does she have 2 days, 1 day in? Okay. And I do have to impose court costs if that's something that you wanna do. If you don't want to take it, Ms. Holland, I'm just gonna stay the bond at the $500. I'm not gonna take any action on your out on bond case, but if you come back, probably will, so, but if you want to take the plea, you're more than welcome to. If not, I'll just stay the bond, okay? Huh? Yeah, do you need some time to think about it?
Just a bit, sorry.
Okay, we'll recall you. Just go back over there and you can think about it. All right, please tell me your name, ma'am.
Javette Lapointe.
All right, Ms. Lapointe, you're here in 2019 MM 2836AO. You were arrested for resisting an officer without violence, possession of drug paraphernalia, and littering. I do find probable cause for the offenses. I'm going to appoint the public defender. Was there an offer?
Adjudication 3 days.
She has 1 day in?
Yes. You will accept that offer, Your Honor, and plead no contest.
And I do have to impose court costs, ma'am, just to let you know. Thank you. All right, Ms. Lapointe, I'm showing you this plea form. Is this your signature at the bottom?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand everything contained within the plea form?
Yes,
Do you
ma'am.
understand all the rights you're giving up by entering the plea?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you on probation anywhere?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Do you understand that if you're not a U.S. citizen, this plea will subject you to deportation?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I do find a factual basis for you to enter a plea as to the charges in the affidavit. I'm going to adjudicate you guilty, sentence you to 3 days in the Orange County Jail with credit for 1 day time served, and that'll be on each count, and they'll all run concurrent, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to impose court costs. I'm going to order you pay those by April 4th, 2020. Gives you a year to pay them off.
Yes, ma'am.
If you want to appeal the judgment and sentence of the court, you must do so in writing within 30 days. If you cannot afford an attorney, one will be appointed for you, ma'am.
Yes,
Good luck
ma'am.
to you. All right, please tell me your name.
Holly Penny.
All right, Ms. Mahoney, you're here in 2019 MM 340AW.
Sorry, Your Honor. I believe she said Holly Penny.
Oh. Okay. The names are very similar. Okay, do we know what happened to Miss Mahoney?
Mahoney? She bonded, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Take no action on her. Okay, Miss Penny, you're here in 2019 MM 341AW. You were arrested for petty theft. It's a retail offense. I do find probable cause. I am going to appoint the public defender to represent you. Mike, is there no offer from the state?
No offer.
Okay. I'm just gonna stay the bond at the $250. You're not to go back to the Beals outlet at 13367 West Colonial Drive. You're not to have any contact with any victims or witnesses or co-defendants in the case. All right, sir, please tell me your name.
Juwan Webster.
All right, Mr. Webster, you are here in 2019 MM 2834AO. You were arrested for possession of cannabis less than 20 grams. I do find probable cause. I'm going to appoint the public defender Was there an offer for Mr. Webster if he wanted to resolve his case?
There is not an offer, but no objection to ROR.
Okay. You do also, let me see, look at your history here.
He qualifies for PTR as well.
I'm gonna put you in pretrial release, Mr. Webster, and you're gonna be subject to random urinalysis. If you test positive for cannabis within 30 days, I'm gonna ask them not to violate you, okay? But any other drugs in your system will violate you. So you're not to possess or consume any illegal substances without a valid prescription, okay? Okay, thank you.
I'm just take the bond.
Okay. All right, I'm recalling Ms. Holland's case, 2019 MM 2837AO. And I'm gonna see the bond at the $500. You're not to return to that location. Appears as though there's a trespass authorization warning on the building through the city, so don't go back there. But I won't take any action on the out on bond case, but if you come back, I'm likely to revoke that, okay?
Thank you.
All right, please tell me your name.
Melvin Johnson.
All right, Mr. Johnson, you're here in 2019 MO 604AO. You were arrested for camping. I do find probable cause. I'm gonna appoint the public defender. Is there an offer for Mr. Johnson?
There's not, yes, sorry, withhold credit for time served.
Is that something you wanna do?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so you have 1 day in? Okay, so withhold credit for time served. And I do have to impose court costs.
Your Honor, were we appointed?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. All right, you want to plead no contest, Mr. Johnson?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I'm showing you this plea form. Is this your signature at the bottom?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand everything that was contained within the plea form?
Yes, ma'am.
Understand all the rights you're giving up by entering the plea?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you on probation anywhere?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Do you understand that if you're not a U.S. citizen, this plea will subject you to deportation?
Yes, ma'am.
You understand?
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
I do find a factual basis for you to enter the plea. I'm gonna withhold adjudication, sentence you to 1 day in the Orange County Jail with credit for the 1 day that you've served. I do have to impose court costs. I'm gonna order you pay those, excuse me, by April 4th, 2020. It gives you a year to pay them off, okay? If you want to appeal the judgment and sentence of the court, you must do so in writing within 30 days. If you cannot afford an attorney, one will be appointed for you. Good luck to you, sir.
Thank you.
All right, sir, please tell me your name.
My name's Richard Reyes Salgado.
Okay, Mr. Reyes Algado, you're here in 2019 MO 605AO. You were arrested for open container violation. I do find probable cause. I'm gonna appoint the public defender. Is there an offer for Mr. Reyes Algado?
Adjudication, 3 days.
So you have 1 day?
We will accept that offer, Your Honor, and plead no
Okay.
contest.
Thank you. right, sir, I'm showing you this plea form. Is this your signature at the bottom?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, did you understand everything contained within the plea form?
Yes.
Do you understand all the rights you're giving up by entering the plea?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Are you on probation anywhere?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Do you understand that if you're not a U.S. citizen, this plea will subject you to deportation?
What was that?
If you're not a U.S. citizen, the plea will subject you to deportation. Do you understand that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. I do find a factual basis for you to enter the plea. I am going to adjudicate you guilty, sentence you to 3 days in the Orange County Jail with credit for 1 day time served. I do have to impose court costs. I'm going to order you pay those by April 4th, 2020. It gives you a year to pay them off. If you want to appeal the judgment and sentence of the court, you must do so in writing within 30 days. If you cannot afford an attorney, one will be appointed for you. Good luck to you.
Okay, thank you.
Please tell me your name, sir. All right, Mr. Wilson. You're here in 2019 MO 606AO. You're arrested for fishing from a city-owned property, specifically one of the accepted locations where you're not supposed to fish, Lake Eola. I do find probable cause. I'm going to appoint the public defender. Was there an offer for Mr. Wilson?
Adjudication 2 days, no return to Lake Eola.
Okay. Would he get out today? Okay. But he would get, you would get out today, sir. So
We'll
it's
accept that offer, Your Honor.
2 days, credit for 1. Thank you. All right, Mr. Wilson, I'm showing you this plea form. Is this your signature at the bottom?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, did you understand everything contained within the plea form?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand all the rights you're giving up by entering the plea?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, are you on probation anywhere?
No, ma'am.
All right, do you understand that if you're not a U.S. citizen, this plea will subject you to deportation?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I do find a factual basis for you to enter the plea. I'm going to adjudicate you guilty, sentence you to 2 days in the Orange County Jail with credit for the 1 day you've served. And I do have to impose court costs. I'm going to order you pay those by April 4th, 2020. It gives you a year to pay them off. If you want to appeal the judgment and sentence of the court, you must do so in writing within 30 days. If you cannot afford an attorney, one will be appointed for you, sir. Good luck to you. All right, please tell me your name.
Jeremy Tabar Ziegler.
All right, Mr. Ziegler, you're here in 2019 MO 607AO. You were arrested for an open container violation. I do find probable cause. I'm going to appoint the public defender. Is there an offer for Mr. Ziegler?
Adjudication credit for time served.
It's 1 day. 2? Okay.
Your Honor, we will accept that offer and plead no contest.
Okay. Thank you. All right, Mr. Ziegler, I'm showing you this plea form. Mr. Ziegler?
Oh,
Hey.
hi.
Hi. I'm showing you the plea form. Is this your signature at the bottom? Is that a yes?
that's
I
my
just need, you need
Yes.
speaking yes or no, okay?
Yes, that's
All
my
right, did you understand everything contained within the plea form? Do you understand all the rights you're giving up by entering the plea?
Yes, I do.
Are you on probation anywhere?
No.
Okay. You understand that if you're not a U.S. citizen, this plea will subject you to deportation?
Oh, okay.
Is that a yes? You
Yes, I
understand?
understand.
You
I
understand?
understand,
Okay. I do find a factual basis for you to enter the plea. I'm gonna adjudicate you guilty, sentence you to 2 days in the Orange County Jail with the credit for the 2 days that you've served. And I'm gonna order that you pay your court costs by April 4th, 2020. It gives you a year to pay them off. If you want to appeal the judgment and sentence of the court, you must do so in writing within 30 days. If you cannot afford an attorney, one will be appointed for you. All right, sir?
Okay.
Good luck to you. All right. We'll be in recess until tomorrow.
You are here for an initial appearance after detention. The rules of criminal procedure require that you be brought before a judicial officer within 24 hours of your arrest. The purpose of the initial appearance is to have a judge list the charges against you, inform you of certain rights that you have, and to determine the conditions of your release. You should have already received a copy of these charges. The judge will review your paperwork to determine if there was probable cause to arrest you. If the judge finds probable cause, he or she will then determine if you qualify for bond and what the monetary and non-monetary conditions of your bond should be. If the judge does not have enough information to make a probable cause determination for your arrest, the state may be given additional time to amend the paperwork. You should also be aware of the following rights afforded to you by the Constitution. You are not required to say anything at this proceeding. Anything you say can be used against you. You have the right to communicate with counsel, family, or friends, and if necessary, you will be provided a reasonable means to do so. You have the right to counsel. If you have not already retained counsel and cannot afford counsel, the judge will appoint you a public defender. For the purposes of today's initial appearance proceedings, you may be able to briefly speak with a public defender regardless of whether the public defender is appointed for you. In order to have an attorney appointed by the court to represent you, you must be financially eligible, as determined by the court based on financial information you provide. Therefore, if you have not already done so, please complete, to the best of your knowledge, the financial affidavits provided by the correction officers. An application fee for the services of appointed counsel will be assessed. If you do not speak English or Spanish, please let a corrections officer know. When the judge is ready, she or he will begin calling your case by name. Please listen carefully for your name. When called, please approach the microphone as directed by the corrections officers. Thank you.
Usted se encuentra aquí para una audiencia o vista preliminaria, después de haber sido arrestado. Las leyes y estatutos criminales del estado de la Florida requieren que se celebre una vista preliminaria ante un oficial judicial dentro de un plazo de 24 horas después de su arresto. El propósito de esta vista preliminaria es para que el juez pronuncie los cargos contra usted, para que se les comunique a usted sus derechos procesales y para determinar las condiciones de su libertad o fianza. Ya usted debería haber recibido una copia de estas alegaciones o acusaciones por escrito. Ahora, el juez revisará la documentación en su caso para determinar si existe motivo fundado o causa probable para su arresto y detención. Si el juez determina que existe causa probable o motivo fundado, entonces decidirá si usted califica para que se le otorgue una fianza, tanto como cuáles serían las condiciones monetarias o no monetarias de dicha fianza. si el juez no posee suficiente información para determinar si existe causa probable o motivo fundado para justificar el arresto, se le concederá a la Fiscalía tiempo adicional para modificar la documentación. También se les avisa que posee los siguientes derechos que se les otorgan por la Constitución. A usted no se le puede obligar a decir nada durante esta vista. Cualquier cosa que diga podrá ser utilizada en su contra como evidencia. Usted tiene el derecho de comunicarse con un abogado, pariente o amigo, y si es necesario, que se les proporcione los medios razonables y disponibles para hacerlo. Usted tiene el derecho a un abogado. Si todavía no ha encontrado o contratado un abogado y no tiene los recursos para hacerlos, entonces el juez le nombrará un defensor público. Para el propósito de la audiencia preliminaria de hoy, se le permitirá hablar brevemente con un abogado de la Oficina del Defensor Público, aun cuando no se le haya nombrado para representarle en todo el caso. Para poder recibir la designación de un abogado, primero debe calificar económicamente según lo determine el juez. Esto será basado en la información financiera que usted proporcione aquí. Por lo tanto, si no lo ha hecho todavía, de la mejor manera posible, por favor, llene el formulario de insolvencia económica que se le ha proporcionado por el oficial de correcciones. Se le impondrá un recargo o costo por los servicios del defensor público. Si usted no habla inglés, por favor, hágale saber al oficial de correcciones. Cuando esté listo, el juez comenzará el proceso llamando a cada una persona y caso por su nombre. Por favor, esté pendiente para pasar adelante cuando escuche su nombre y cuando escuche su nombre, haga el favor de acercarse al micrófono tal como le indique el oficial de correcciones. Muchas gracias por su atención.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Judge Margaret Schreiber. I'll be presiding over initial appearances today. A couple of things I want to go over again with you. The purpose of IAs is to advise you of the charges and determine and set an appropriate bond if one is appropriate. If you are here because of an out-of-county warrant or a warrant issued by another judge that sets the bond, it's highly unlikely I will modify that bond. If you qualify, I will appoint legal counsel to represent you. If we do not have your information, I will provisionally appoint her to represent you pending future qualification. You have the right to remain silent. I want everyone to exercise that right today. If you have any questions or discussions, do not talk about the specific facts of your case. Anything you say can and will be used against you. When I call your name, come up to the podium or the microphone, whatever you have there. And once you get your dates, take your seat. I call the interpreter cases first so that we can release the interpreter. So let's begin. John Doe. Do we have a name associated with John Doe 3075? All right, Jose Luis Vera Cervantes, maybe. Anyway.
Muy bien. ¿Es posible que tú seas José Luis Vera Cervantes?
Sí.
Yeah.
Okay.
And Your Honor, if the interpreter could adjust this microphone a bit, I think it's a little hard to hear him.
How about now?
Perfect, thank you.
I'm appointing the Office of the Public Defender to represent you.
Estoy nombrando a la oficina del defensor público para que te represente.
You were charged with no valid driver's license
Tú
as
estás
a
acusado,
non-resident.
tú estás acusado de manejar sin licencia válida siendo no residente.
Sí.
There is probable cause for the charge.
Hemos encontrado causa probable para ese cargo.
State, was this a zero bond because of the identity question?
Y estamos en cero fianza debido al problema de identidad.
I'm not sure why they did a zero bond, but I would think that a monetary bond would be appropriate with the identity issue.
No estoy seguro de que sea porque no tenía identidad, que le dieron cero fianza, pero entendemos que es apropiado que se le dé una fianza monetaria.
Typically, if they can't identify the defendant, they do set him at a zero.
Típicamente, si pueden identificar al acusado, lo pueden soltar de la cárcel.
Bond is set at $250,
La fianza va a ser $250.
and he is ordered not to drive without a driver's license.
Se ordena que no puedes manejar si no tienes licencia.
And that is all.
Y eso sería todo.
Dates are as follows.
Next court date's April 11th, is still in jail. May 1st, 8:15, courtroom 4A is out.
Muy bien, la próxima cita en el tribunal va a ser el 11 de abril si todavía estás en la cárcel o el 1 de mayo en la sala 4A si ya saliste bajo fianza.
You may be seated.
Te puedes sentar.
Does anyone else have need of a Spanish interpreter?
¿Hay alguien más que necesite intérprete español que no haya pasado al frente?
What's your name? I'm sorry? Julio, okay. Your Honor, Lopez Cortez Julio is requesting the translator. He was not available this morning, so we did not know if he needed one.
Él no estuvo disponible esta mañana, no sabíamos que necesitaba intérprete.
He's with your warrants, Judge, and the PD was approved.
Thank you. Cortez with a C.
Lopez Cortez.
It's a violation of probation, so.
I'm appointing the Office of the Public Defender to represent you.
Estoy nombrando a la oficina del defensor público para que te represente.
You're charged with violating the conditions of your probation
Estás acusado de haber violado las condiciones de tu probatoria, de tu libertad supervisada,
by failing to report and changing your residence without obtaining consent.
al no haberte reportado y haber cambiado de residencia sin notificar ni sin consentimiento.
Bond is set at 0.
La fianza va a ser 0, no hay fianza.
Next court date's April 15th, 8:45, courtroom 4F.
Tu próxima cita en el tribunal va a ser a las 8:45 el día 15 de abril en la sala 4F.
Please be seated.
Te puedes sentar.
Last call for anybody needing the services of a Spanish interpreter.
¿Alguien más que necesite intérprete español? Por favor, levante la mano.
No one else, Your Honor.
All right. Have a nice day. Jordan DeSaucer. Sir, you're here based upon, looks like 3 out-of-county warrants out of Polk County. They set your bonds respectively at $2,000 for the failure to appear, $2,000 for the failure to appear on the leaving the scene of an accident without giving information, and 0 on the domestic battery, domestic violence count. So 2,000, 2,000, and 0. It'll be left there. Take your seat. Rhonda Harrison.
She refused, Your Honor.
You refused?
Yes, ma'am. Oh, I'm sorry, she's detoxing, apparently?
Okay. We'll reset her for tomorrow.
Okay, thank you.
Oswald Wassel. Sir, you're here based upon an on-view violation of your probation. And that's out of Orange County. Bond is set at 0. Bruce Wohl.
Bruce? He's not,
Bruce Wohl, W-O-H-L.
The officer is going to call for him if we could,
We'll skip him for now.
yes, thank you, Your Honor.
Rachel Burtis.
PD approved.
I'm appointing the Office of the Public Defender to represent you. You are here pursuant to an arrest warrant for retail theft and grand theft in an amount greater than $300 but less than $5,000. The state has elected to charge you only with the grand theft third-degree count. Your bond was set in that case at $2,500. I'm going to modify the retail theft bond to ROR, since the state didn't file on it, and include pretrial release conditions.
Next court date's April 10th, 8:45, courtroom 5A.
Patrick Eli.
PD approved.
I'm appointing the Office of the Public Defender to represent you. You are charged with aggravated assault with a deadly weapon without intent to kill, aggravated stalking, and trespass after warning. Previous, probable cause was previously found. And the warrant set your bond at 0 on 2 counts and $500 on the trespass count.
Your Honor, we would request a bond for counts 1 and 2 based on the fact that the charges are entitled to bond. They are not first-degree punishable by life offenses.
All right, let me look at the affidavit. Does the state have a bond recommendation?
We would ask for a reasonable bond in accordance with the bond schedule, as well as no return and a no contact, no
Okay.
weapons or firearms.
All right, bond is set on count 1 at $3,500, on count 2 at $1,000. On the trespass count, I'll leave it at $500. You are to have no contact with the alleged victim, not return to the scene, and possess no weapons or firearms. In the event you own any weapons or firearms, they're to be turned in within 24 hours of your release.
Next court dates on demand.
Randy Emery.
Your Honor, Mr. Emery is requesting that you waive the reading of his charges today.
PD approved.
Mr. Emery, I'm appointing the Office of the Public Defender to represent you. Your attorney has waived the reading of the charges. Your bond is set at, I can't read it, is it $3,000 or $5,000? $5,000 on count 1 and $150 on count 2, where it will remain.
Next court dates on demand.
Justin Hennessy.
PD approved.
Hennessy. I'm appointing the Office of the Public Defender to represent you. You are here based upon a alleged violation of your probation. Underlying charges was petty theft, and your bond is set at 0.
Next court dates, April 15th, 8:45, courtroom 4F.
Melissa Hurst.
PD approved.
I'm appointing the Office of the Public Defender to represent you. You are here based upon a failure to appear on a written promise to appear at your VOP sentencing. Your bond is set at 0, no bond.
Next court dates, April 12th, 8 o'clock, courtroom 4E.
Warren Lamb.
PD approved.
I'm appointing the Office of the Public Defender to represent you. You are here based upon alleged violation of your probation and/or community control, as well as failure to appear on a written promise. That being looks like a drug court case. Bond in both cases is set at 0.
Next court dates, April 26th, 2 o'clock, courtroom 5D.
Giovanni Ortega Maldonado.
PD approved.
Your Honor, we're asking a review of this case and a ROR based on the fact that Mr. Ortega Maldonado did not receive notice of his hearing.
What says the state?
Your Honor, that should be set for a hearing in front of the judge, with the ASA that handled that case.
I'm appointing the Office of the Public Defender to represent you. You are here based upon arrest warrant that was issued for failure to appear. But it gave you a bond on each of those counts of $2,999. I'm going to leave the bond in place. You can address a reduction of that bond at a future hearing.
Next court date, April 11th, is still in jail. April 29th, 8:15, courtroom 4E, if out.
Madison Wiley.
PD approved.
I'm appointing the Office of the Public Defender to represent you. You are charged with failing to appear. Your bond is set at $2,000.
Next court dates, April 11th, at jail arraignments.
Lymel Alston.
PD approved.
Your Honor, we have a probable cause argument for this case.
All right, give us 1 second. Have
Sure.
a seat. I'm appointing the Office of the Public Defender to represent you at this time. You are charged with 1 count of battery, simple touching or striking, domestic in nature. Ma'am, what is your name, please?
My name is Jasmine Northern.
Okay, and are you you're the alleged victim in this case?
Yes.
Let me hear your probable cause argument, counsel.
Your Honor, based on the police affidavit at the time of arrest, it seems like Miss Jasmine's statements were conflicting. The defendant did present evidence to the arresting officer that some of those statements were not 100% true. I do believe that the officer was required to arrest who he believed to be an aggressor in this case, but that it was not a warranted arrest.
Well, let me read the affidavit. What says the state?
Your Honor, I do believe that there is PC based on the affidavit. Ms. Northern at the time had said that the defendant had thrown the credit card at her, that he had then approached her with aggression, and then they got into a physical fight.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, I think that's a different case.
It is a different case. I'm trying to find that in here.
Sorry, I'm thinking the wrong one. That's my fault.
Alston.
Right, so when we picked up and took her outside, I do believe that there is probable cause for that offense within that affidavit, Your Honor. That it was against her will. She had said it was against her will. I understand that she did change that statement, but there wasn't a cut on her right arm, and I do think that the officer had probable cause to arrest the defendant.
And if I could reply, Your Honor, Ms. Northern did tell the police that cut was not received from the defendant.
Correct.
Your Honor, if we do take any testimony from Ms. Northern, I'd ask that she gets sworn in.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear affirm the testimony you should give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I agree.
State your name for the record, please.
Jasmine Northern.
Put your hand down now.
Oh, okay.
Counsel, do you care to inquire? You want the court to?
The court may inquire, Your Honor.
Okay. Reference the cut on your arm. Did you receive the cut on your arm in this incident?
No, ma'am, I did not.
Are you afraid of, what is his relationship to you?
He is one of my closest friends.
Okay, are you afraid of him?
Absolutely not.
Want to prosecute?
No, ma'am.
Did he pick you up from the bed and carry you outside of the home and put you on the floor?
No, Your Honor.
Does the state care to inquire?
He at some point grab your arm to take you out of the home?
No, no, ma'am.
Did he touch you at any time without your consent for this incident?
No, ma'am.
Further from the state?
Well, considering the additional testimony found today, I don't find there is probable cause for the charge. And I typically would give the state 24 hours to amend, but given the fact that the alleged victim is present and has just testified, I'm inclined to release him ROR at this time.
I don't think there's anything that we would be able to amend, Your Honor. I do understand there's conflicting statements. I again do think that the officer had probable cause at the time, but
I'm going to release him ROR at this time.
Thank you, Your
Thank
Honor.
you so much.
Next court date's May 1st, 8:15, courtroom 4A.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. Madam Clerk, that was May 5th?
May 1st.
First, thank you. And Your Honor, if you wish to readdress Mr. Wool, he is here present now.
Let's do that. Bruce Wool. Sir, you're here based upon a warrant issued out of Orange County for grand theft, third degree of a motor vehicle, which sets your bond at $5,000.
Can you lower that?
Your Honor, the defendant is requesting if you have the ability to lower his bond.
I do not.
Thank you, Your Honor.
He'll be transported. He can make that argument at a bond reduction hearing.
Yes, Your Honor.
Junior Dunkley.
PD approved.
I'm appointing the Office of the Public Defender to represent you. You're charged with grand theft auto, possession of marijuana under 20 grams, and possession and/or use of drug paraphernalia. I've reviewed the charging affidavit. I find there is probable cause for the charges. Your bond is set at $1,000 on count 1, $250 on count 2, and $500 on count 3. He's got a low, does he have any prior convictions? Only convictions?
One and only conviction out of 2006 out of New York.
Okay.
That's his entire arrest record.
I'm going to amend counts 2 and 3 to reduce those bonds to $100 each, so it's $1,100, $100, and add PTR as a condition of release.
Next court date's on demand.
Daniel Fink.
PD approved.
I'm appointing the Office of the Public Defender to represent you. You're charged with the following: grand theft auto, possession of a controlled substance without a prescription, possession and/or use of drug paraphernalia, knowingly driving while your driver's license is suspended. I've reviewed the charging affidavit. I do find there is probable cause for each of these charges. I hear from PTR recommending mental health PTR if he qualifies.
Yes, Your Honor, he has no prior arrest. In interviewing him this morning, he did indicate that there were some mental health concerns that we found, and so we would ask whether with monetary or without mental health PTR, or in the alternative PTR with mental health conditions.
Okay.
And Your Honor, we would request a non-monetary release based, I have spoken to his sister who does work for the Marion County Sheriff's Office and who has indicated the ability and desire to take him in if he needs to stay with somebody.
What says the state to a non-monetary bond? No prior arrests.
I leave that to the court's discretion, Your Honor.
As to the 3 drug cases, as to the grand theft auto and the possession of controlled substance without a prescription and possession and or use of drug paraphernalia, I'm ordering that he be released under mental health PTR if he qualifies, under PTR with mental health conditions if he doesn't. I'm not imposing a monetary bond as it relates to the knowingly driving while driver's license suspended. I'm releasing him ROR with the stipulation that he is not to drive without a driver's license. That will constitute a violation of his conditions of release.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Next court date on case number 19 CT 1065, April 23rd, 8:30, courtroom 5B. Case number 19 CF 1213, on demand.
Timothy Jones.
PD approved.
I'm appointing the Office of the Public Defender to represent you. You're charged with 1 count of battery, unlawful touching, or striking. I find probable cause for the charges. Bond is set at $1,000 with PTR. You're to have no contact, you're to have no hostile contact with the alleged victim. Let me explain hostile contact. There's no hostile direct or indirect contact. It includes physical contact, yelling, screaming, shouting, anything of a hostile nature directly with each other. It also includes indirect contact, sending emails, text messages, Instagrams, whatever, of any type of a threatening nature. All of that will constitute a violation of your conditions of release. Right back in the orange jumpsuit.
Your Honor, would you consider reducing that based on the fact that the defendant doesn't, while he has officially moved to Florida and does work in Florida, he doesn't have a Florida license yet, so he may find it difficult to post bond?
I would. What are you requesting?
If Your Honor insists on a monetary release, no more than $100 or $200, which would be comparable to what he would pay to the bail bondsman.
I'll go $250.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Next court date's April 11th, is still in jail, May 2nd, 8:15, courtroom 4E, if out.
Justin Lousy.
PD approved.
I'm appointing the Office of the Public Defender to represent you. You're charged with possession of cocaine, possession of a controlled substance without a prescription, and possession or use of drug paraphernalia. I have reviewed the uniform charging affidavit. I do find there's probable cause for the charges. Bond is set at $2,500 on count 1. $2,500 on count 2, $500 on count 3 with PTR.
Next court date's on demand.
Erica Mitchell.
PD approved.
Your Honor, Ms. Mitchell's in the same situation as her fiance, Mr. Jones, if you would consider.
I'm appointing the Office of the Public Defender to represent you. You are charged with 1 count of battery, unlawful touching, or striking. I've reviewed the charging affidavit. I do find there's probable cause for the charges. I'll set your bond at $250. I'm going to order that you have no hostile contact with the alleged victim, your fiance in this case, and you just heard me read a list of what that entails.
Would you like PTR with that as
With
well?
PTR, yes. Thank you.
Next court dates, April 11th is still in jail, May 2nd, 8:15, courtroom 4E if out.
Odette Montero.
PD approved.
Your Honor, Ms. Montero is requesting you waive the reading of her charges today.
Okay. I'm appointing the Office of the Public Defender to represent you. Your attorney has requested a waiving, has advised that you are waiving the reading of the charges against you. Sir, what is your name?
Luis Adames,
And what is your relationship?
boyfriend.
Thank you. However, I do find there is probable cause for the charge.
She has no convictions, Your Honor.
That may be, but I'm setting the bond as recommended in the bond schedule at $50,000 with PTR.
Next court dates on demand.
Lemmy Prescott.
He's hiring a private attorney.
The Prescott. Is it your intent to hire private counsel?
She asked if you're going to hire a private attorney.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right, you can put that down. I just want to confirm you're hiring private counsel. You are charged with charged with violating your pretrial release regarding dating violence. Was it an injunction of place? Hold on, let me look at this. All right. So in 2019, MM1050, you were ordered to have no contact with the alleged victim. You subsequently apparently had contact with the alleged victim. PTR's had no contact with the alleged victim?
That's correct, Your Honor. He is out on bond on that 19 MM1050, 2 counts of battery domestic.
Well, sir, a no contact order means a no contact order. So I am finding there is probable cause. I am setting your bond at 0. Also revoking your bonds in the open cases and setting those bonds at 0. You can take it up with the presiding judge. At this time, I'm not aware of any conditions of release that would protect the alleged victim in this case.
Next court date's April 11th, is still in jail. May 2nd, 8:15, courtroom 4E if out.
William Roman.
PD approved.
I'm appointing the Office of the Public Defender to represent you. You are charged with possession of a controlled substance, that being alprazolam, possession of marijuana in an amount greater than 20 grams, and possession or use of drug paraphernalia. I've reviewed the charging affidavit. I find there is probable cause for the charges. Bonds are set at $1,000, $1,000, and $500 respectively, along with PTR. You're also out on bond in case number 2018 CF 4405. Looks like the same type of underlying charges. And I am revoking your bonds in those cases and setting your bonds at 0.
Next court date's on demand.
Kathleen Garcia Rodriguez, or Catalina
She's-
Garcia Rodriguez.
She's still detoxing, Your Honor.
We'll reset her for tomorrow. Rodney Jones.
PD approved. I believe it was Judge
Your Honor, he was an unidentified John Doe at his first appearance on Tuesday, so that's why he's still at 0 today.
Okay. I'm appointing the Office of the Public Defender to represent you. Probable cause was previously found for the charges against you, but your bonds were held at 0 based upon the identity question. I am now setting your bonds as follows: $500 on criminal mischief and $100 on trespass after warning, not including PTR.
Ask for no return condition.
And no return condition to where this incident took place.
Next court date's April 11th, is still in jail. April 30th, 8:15, courtroom 4E if out.
Joel Manuel Ortiz Colon.
He refused. Okay. He's refusing, Your Honor. It sounds like he wouldn't mind if you waived his appearance.
How many times has he refused? Why don't we waive his appearance?
Yeah.
I'm going to find that he has waived his appearance, and we are going to proceed. He is charged with, he's here on an out-of-county warrant, which sets his bond at 0. Done. Emmanuel Rivera.
PD approved.
He's in the back, Your Honor.
Mr. Rivera, I'm going to appoint the Office of the Public Defender to represent you. You are here on a charge of petty theft in an amount greater than $100 but less than $300, and providing a false name or identification by an arrestee. I reviewed the charges. I do find there's probable cause for both of the charges. Bond is set at $500 on count 1 and $100 on count 2. However, those charges also purportedly violate your probation and/or community control. I'm finding an on-view violation of that probation and/or community control in 2017 CF 2151 and setting your bond at 0.
Next court date on case number 19 MM 1212, April 11th, is still in jail. April 29th, 8:15, courtroom 4A if out. Case number 17 CF 2151, April 8th, 8:15, courtroom 5F.
Is there anyone who has not yet been called up? Raise your hand.
No, you were just up here, Mr. Jones. You want to ask the judge a question?
I don't take questions after the arraignment, so if I appointed counsel, he can ask you counsel.
No problem, Your Honor.
All right?
Thank you.
All right, we're adjourned. Have a nice day.
You as well.